Hello, and welcome back to some good old game development. Hope everyone's had a good day so far. Hope everyone's had a good weekend as well. We are coming back in to some work that I've done over the thing, even though we have the ongoing why would I do work on my free time sort of thing. So I've made some substantial progress with the splash art for these two. As we can see, got Moko looking at least somewhat decent now. And I've just started on the process of getting Fuwa done up. So I thought I'd show this off and kind of show the way I've been approaching a lot of this, which is just having like specific things and all that around here. Yeah, this has been an ongoing process. Can I just say, just as a little caveat to this, how fucking irritating it is to design their shoes. Because, like, their shoes have so much complexity going on with them. It's frustrating. But I'm probably not going to work on too much more of this specifically today. Yeah. I kinda don't want to do art today, because this is just going to be such an arduous process of getting miniature details organized, because it's, the process of doing this outfit's going to take, like, I can see this taking another hour or two to get to a reasonable level, so we're going to not do that today. You're just going to have to wait. So that means we're back at our bullshit of getting Fuwamoko actually in the game. I believe I toggled the back on for B. Ugh. I'm not gonna be working on more Boyd stuff for a little while. I think, because it has been draining so much of my time and energy. Like, I cannot stress enough how bad it has actually been. It is not pleasant. Not pleasant at all. It will be an ongoing task to get done. I'll need that one. Still need to make a thing so I can set up debug easier. Like just a straight up global toggle or something. Who knows? So, lobby room. Yep, it is there. Okay, so the main thing we're probably going to be working on today is going to be working on the AI for the summons. I'm going to probably be making some universal code for that. So I'm going to probably make a script straight up in here for now. For basic logic that I'll, like, cascade from. So... So, what am I going to need to do through this process? Let's pull up Paint and do some planning. Okay, don't know where pack and save came up. Where is my tablet pen? Where is my tablet pen? Ah, there. It's behind my phone. Alright. So, what do we need to do? We're gonna probably be using what's called a state machine here. I'm just gonna do that. Can't be asked trying to remember how to spell machine. Alright, so a state machine. This is a system that basically is kind of... If you know anything about programming, state machines are very obvious and very easy to comprehend, but if you don't know, what typically it means is basically we're setting conditions of like, say, if I've got 3 variables, right? So we've got var1, 2, and 3. When one of these is ticked, it will do, like, it will do action. Do an action. So say if we're telling it, you don't need to attack and you don't need to run, you need to find enemy, it will find enemy. When we tell it to do like run away, it will run away. And when we tell it to do this, it'll do this. Then, depending on how you want to handle it, you can have sub-states. So there'd be a state in the middle here, so 1.5 in a sense, where you've got both 1 and 2 ticked, and then it will do an action based on that. Or you'll weight them. So what you can do for weighting, and that's a very, very easy way of doing it, is simply just having it whatever you want done first. In the list, you do it first. Right. There's different ways to approach this. There are a lot of more complex and more valuable ways of doing this. We're doing probably one of the most like foundational low-end versions of this. Also, my computer is lagging somewhat right now because I was trying to launch Discord. Good on me. I saw a ping, and it's just, I think, yeah, it's just a stream that I'm getting pinged about. Alright. So, what we'll need to do is, if we're going to be setting up a kind of foundational system for this, we need to decide how we're going to approach it. Summon, logic, so, I might just make this a constructor, I'll be honest. Because then that way we can write the functions into the core to then pull out of the core as necessary. And then we can therefore create parenting core to work off of it. So how do I want to approach the summons? One thing I actually want to look up, and we'll look this up live. Not gonna go too far into it, but because I just kind of wanted to see a list of ideas of what pathfinding measures we could do and approach. So I guess we can look at this, right? So one line's not going to work for us. Yeah, like we probably want to do grid-based still, which is kind of what we've got for enemies currently, so we can probably reuse the current one that they use for summon logic. Alright, so we'll probably need to have a, do I want to re-utilize the pathing logic from there? Because it needs such an update as well. Be a difficult one. Pickle? Fair. I don't know. I do not know what I want to do with the pathfinding. Or the pathing, I should say. Because let's list out what we want. We want path to location. We want sub things for path to location. Path to location is the main one. Let's think about ones that aren't related to path to location. I don't think there's anything else that would need, theoretically. Because path to location then gets subbed out to path to target and run from target. Because the idea I was considering was utilizing the Boyd system for it, but the Boyd system's so far off that I don't know if we can utilize that right now. Because, like, the idea with the Boyds in this case, right, would be the missing element of it is path around. So say if you've got a little bit of terrain here. What we've got currently, the AI will kind of figure out how to path around the terrain. The current system with the Boyds is that they can't figure out terrain, so they'll just still kind of path through it. Right, and not considering it. And what I need to do is I need to add a system so they collide in, but also can figure out to realign around. So it's yeah. So you're still using the plume on paint. I like it. It writes out in a way that I think's nice, and it fits the way I write, which just yeah, that works. It's yeah, this is a difficult situation to find myself in, because like I do need to probably pathfinding today. I mean, loosely. I've got 2 systems in place for doing pathfinding, and I'm trying to decide which one I might use for now, knowing that I'm probably going to amalgamate them later into a better system, right? That's the difficulty, because we probably should just use the enemy's current pathfinding, and plug into that. So I'm gonna have to look at the enemy code again. The problem's gonna be trying to do the runaway, I'll be honest, because like, how do you... I won't be able to do, because the benefit that Boyd's gives us is that we can get average vector. Right? So if, for example, a bunch of enemies are moving towards this point, right? And the summon is here, it'll be able to deduce the average from its local standpoint, and then verify that, like, it would verify against that, and it would just basically slim down to a point to move to. And then it would move to that point. That's the point of Boyds, right? This is the benefit that we have with the vectors and the Boyds that we have set up for the newer pathfinding that's going to come in. But we don't really need the run from target for this summon, so it's why I'm like tempted to just skip and make the lazy answer for now so we can get the character in game. And we can fix it later very easily because we'll just use summon core logic for it. So I do think we'll just steal enemy stuff for it. So we need both the enemy controller and the enemy parent's data for this, I believe. Because most of it's handled by the enemy controller. So we're going to be needing to steal... Is it map ID? Is it map ID or is it grid? State, stunned, path, hold, path -1, path end. Walk, slow stuff, walking, direction of player. Path, hold, path, duplicate. Batch spawning. do I move? Give them their pathing now. Am I blind? I feel like I have definitely moved it, but I didn't know where to. That's not a good sign. Oh, well, I guess it's kind of here. So, path, walk speed, all that stuff, right? So, summon logic. Where do we get... Oh, where's the thing for making it, though? So remember that's where I plug in grid, no? Is it done here? No, it's done by a time source then, I guess. Where is the time source for the pathing? Or am I processing it inside the knockback? Oh god. That's boss spawning logic. Find weighted nearest, find spawning. Pathing trigger. So it is this. Okay, so here's our logic for it. So, I mean, I could make this universal very, very easily. By just adding, that. Oh, wait. No, that's gonna be, Okay, there's several ways to do this, and that's a problem. Again, this is a system that is going to get overhauled, and that leads to why this is such a problematic thing. So target, so this is gonna have to be different. Target instance. Okay, and then this needs to become... target instance. So many better ways to do this if I use structs. But this will just have to do for now. Oh. So, what I've changed should not change the enemies in any way. The enemies should function exactly the same, just because what we've done is now we've just set O player, targeting, things like that. Cool, done. And then we've reshifted this over. So what we're gonna have to do with summons now is we're going to have to set in the logic of path, path hold, path end buffer, and walk speed. What was it? Path end... buffer. Equals, and then on... 0 for now. Alright. Okay, there we go. Da, 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 da. So, static path to location, and then it will just be something simple, which is It's actually a good point. Most of the stuff that we're implementing here we probably just add here. So we can call it and not call it if we choose. Okay, so don't need to pass in these because we'll have a set location. So it will be pathing trigger. The thing is, there's an issue with this. The target has to be an object. So this is where we get to the point where I would like to change how I do it. And I would like to change it in a meaningful way. So what I want to do is I'm going to change this to some coordinates. The only other place this is used is this collision circle. We could just set it as a thing like that. So it's in controller enemy alarm and enemy scripts once the setup and then there's some logic. Cool. So we can set a precedence. So we ignore target instance, and this no longer matters. We'll do something different than the collision circle. Instead, we will do a not, this would be, point, distance, x, y, target, x, target, y is not it's not colliding. I'm technically just running more code because of this, but also not. It should pretty much basically equal out to being the same amount of code, which is always an important thing, is you don't really want to run more code for something just to make it more dry coding. Can lead to a lot of problems. So, yeah, that's kind of got that working. Okay. Now we pass through a location. And then we probably want to have a set location static. And it would just be as simple as location equals that. We'll probably want an alter thing as well. See how that goes. So now, okay. This is where it's gonna get funky. So I'm gonna need self to pass through contexting. And then... Ooh. Sometimes Game Maker, you make interesting decisions. Lumberco. No idea what you mean by that. Alright. So What is it termed on the summon again? Summon core. Dot. Set. Location. And then I'm going to want two things for this. So we're going to need var target equals nth nearest chord. No, nth nearest target. Instance nearest, that was it. And this is where we get a new variable in as well. Var. We'll just call it rand. And we'll give it like. Minimum of 6 for instance count. No. What is the one for how many instances there are or something? And how many active instances of specific object exist in group? Thank you. Oh, enemy. Parent -1. And we put a rand there. And then we pass through. X Y. And then how often do I want this occurring? Probably once every second. What is going on here? Takes no list. I've closed this late or early. Ah, I see where I'm missing. That. never close the width. Good on it. Alright. Now, that was the initial functions. Right? No, this is the wrong one. This is not the initial functions, this is the initial functions. Okay, this is being weird. So this is where I run, pathing. No, it's not pathing trigger. It's we're doing the summon logic one, which is path to location. I think that gets us there. Let's see if this crashes. Alright. Because, like, realistically, if this works, then this is probably all the logic I'm going to be giving to the secondary AI for now. Gives it pretty much everything I feel like it needs. The only thing I might change is how often the time source occurs to give it a little bit more of a delay. So that wasn't detecting that alteration in time, maybe? Oh no, it won't have an enemy target immediately, would it? No, that's the issue there. So we need to have a, I did not press that. Okay. Alright, so that meant that that did work, it just didn't have an instance to go off of. That should be easy enough to fix. So it's not pathing. Because it's not getting a movement speed set. So we need walk speed set to, I don't know, player? Probably. For now, we'll just set it to baseline. Okay. So now should move, but it won't look like it's running and it won't face in the right kind of direction. Right? No. Ah, I think that might have been the issue. Let's add a couple of details here, by the way, while I go about this. Alright. And then... let's see, what is it? Oh, shit. I don't want the phone too much. Okay. Let's see how that's gonna work. I don't know if I need to run self in the initial one, but I think I need to run self in the further ones, in the step events. We'll see how it goes. Oh, so we can remove that else technically because it inherently resets to the thing. Oh, let's see. Yeah. All right. Okay, so it's still stuck to the same original location. Yeah. So this doesn't seem to have run. Try that. Because it might not have just attached correctly. Ugh. Don't worry, I've only spent like an hour and a bit on this. It's a very reasonable amount of time. Bow. Exactly, devil, exactly. The problem is, I don't know how much of this is rigging up correctly because for some fucking reason, none of this colors anymore. And it's really frustrating. And that's just purely because of the way I do it is not doing it correctly. Because I'm not contexting a lot of these things. Gonna do some good old show debug message to see if things are triggering or not. Oh my god, I'm a moron. No, of course it's not triggering correctly. That fixes it. Which means I'm probably going to reduce the time then, or increase the time for how long it takes between these. I forgot to leave it on repetition. It was left on a one-off trigger. Don't ask. I have no idea why I didn't think about that. Cool. So some of that summon logic's not working cleanly. That's because you can't quite get exact location. I was hoping, but yeah. Because we're pathing, you can never truly hit the exact location unless I have it on every, a pathing point on every single pixel, which is dangerous processing. So what I would need to do is probably make a less than or greater than, for each coordinate point, which is doable, but it's very time consuming. The fact is we've got it working is all that I really truly care about, because there's so much more I need to sort out here. We need to start working on the weapons and the other bits of the kit. This, again, so as a reminder, let's have a little look at the kit, shall we? So we're looking at for more core. So the weapon we've got to work on, so that's a bite in an area in front, and then a knockback in an area around you. I still haven't done the assets for that, that's going to take time. Then we've got Hellborn Collar, which is reduced damage taken, increase the amount of damage you deal, and it's doubled based on which one you are at the time, which that just needs to pull from the passive variable. We're going to be doing that a lot, pulling from the passive variable to determine a lot of these details. Passive has most of the stuff functioning. I think this is the only part that's not functioning correctly. And that's going to require me to do some little finesse in a location. And then this one is pure and simple, is actually fairly simple to rig up. So, that's something, at least. So what I'm going to have to do is we're going to start working on the item, I think. The item's going to be the easier of the two to work on, and it's going to set up a lot of stuff that's going to go into the other stuff. So... I'm going to yoink a copy of how I write this. I don't know why. I don't think I've got nothing. Oh, I think one of these keys hits F1. That's possibly it. Item 15. So I'm gonna need this up on another screen. So... I could... No, we're not gonna cheat. Because the cheating only works in one case scenario, whereas it's worse in every other case scenario. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna do none. And let's get through our variables. So the first variable we'll need for this is damage reduction, which starts as 0.5. And then damage increase, which is 0.2. No, sorry, this isn't 0.5. That would be 50%. No, it's 0.05. Great. Alright. So skill down push. Skill any, so skill. This is item. Oh no, wait. That's skill type. We need and then the rest figures it out. It's still probably best to just, yeah, okay. Item. X. There we go. Alright. I was talking to a friend, and he launched into an actual rant about white noise and why he doesn't like it. So I told him that hearing some black noise that I would like to mute. Good lord. That one's a spicy one. That's a joke you can definitely make with the right kind of friends, but yoosh. Yoosh. To be fair, I kind of get his reasoning with hating white noise. Like, it is just irritating. For me, at the very least. I have very sensitive ears, so I can complain very easily about things like that. Okay, so if it's Fuwa, we get double the damage reduction. So we'll do Fuwa, the ordering of Fuwa to Mokoko. So var. Okay. Now I need to look for one that has a... Cool, so there we go. By doing this, we've now braced it so it will give or not give this stuff. Oh, we're gonna need to have 2 hold values as well. As we're going to need to be able to remove them if we're going to be regularly reiterating this every half second. I should probably change this to from every half second to every second. I think that would be genuinely better. Because while the calculations would occur less frequently, it would probably be better both on player end and on like when you're playing with multiplayer. Because we kind of want to keep things on a 1 second interval of when information would be sent and data would be needing to be collected. Also, I'm just going to remove that for the moment, just to really submit that this is a work in progress and the text. So... now I need to figure out how I'm pulling the ability data. How do I pull that sort of data normally? There is an example in here. It'd be this. Currently, this is find equip. We've only got the 1 case scenario. Let's make that 2nd case scenario, shall we? Item. Oh, fuck off, would you? Dude, I'm gonna be honest, this tilts me so much more than you might realize. So I I couldn't line it correctly. It's so frustrating. Cool, there we go. Player find equip now has item and ability added in. I actually don't know what the fuck I'm doing here with this. But if I do ability search on individuals. What's it called again? It's player find equip. And we need to put in 2. And then, player character, go in here, individuals, value 2. So, if it's off, it's for No, if it's on, so if it's true, it's fuller. If it's false, it's mortal. Okay. So true means it's DR bonus. So DR bonus time equal 2. Else damage bonus times equal 2. Cool. This one's gonna be a hard one to fully track outside of just looking at damage, I think, right? When this is working. But what we'll need to do is get target get 0 dot damage minus equal item dot value. It's 3, right? Damage hold. I think that's the variable, even though it's pretty stupid. I don't have an O player open. Do I? Do. Cool. To be fair, it's probably in player scripts because it would be under player damage. So yeah, player damage, damage prediction, prevention. Is damage reduction even calculated in here? Technically, no. Okay. So it would be here if I'm gonna do it. Oh god, wait, how am I gonna do this then? So it would be 0.15. In this case scenario, or 0.3. It's 0.3, I want the 70% remaining. So I would want this 1 minus this times damage. Did give me my correct damage modifier? With the percentage damage reduction. There is a very valid question where this should be done in the scope of things. Should armor be done first or after? I feel like technically damage reduction should be done first. This stuff needs to be cleaned up at some point. I'll do that again later. Item value 2. So let's go. Item dot value 2 equals DR bonus. Item dot value 3 equals damage bonus. And then we do this again, but with positives. And then we're going to go to player character and set for Morkel to have item 15. See if she gets it and see if it works in game. So we go here and we see Hellborn Collar is equipped. We see we have 20%. And we still only have 20%. Okay, so damage isn't getting increased, so it means that we're probably failing this check. Can't remember, because I remember at one point that space did matter. I haven't looked at Gura in so long that I haven't checked if the space is still the case or not. Because it was used for a UI thing by the previous guy that was working on the UI stuff. My mate that worked on it at quite a while ago now. So there's some bits and pieces here and there that might be like remnants, and that needing a space for the player name might be it. I think player name's just a direct translation now. Items added first. Fuck, I just forgot about that. That's why I believe I have the minus stuff. To give it safety. And here. This. Yeah, so if it's not -1. Which does mean that it was correct, yeah. So the space needed to be removed. Okay. Not crash? Not crash. Oh, shit. Alright. It still breaks. On recast, though. Which means that... What? Have I written it wrong? Oh no, I think I've misremembered how this goes, right? Because what? I'm a little confused by this. Okay, so I'm assuming then from what I'm reading, this would actually throw back an error. If the casing wasn't done correctly. Yeah, I think that's me being lazy. Alright, or no. What? Whip location equal thing. What is location in a weapon? There is no variable for location. Is Matara bugged at the moment? Get it? Matara bugged. Just gonna leave it to auto target. No, so that works. Bit of a lag there, which is kind of funny. Okay, so that isn't an issue currently. Okay, so returns, I understand a bit better now. That's my mistake. It returns the index and location of it. So, an item here for this bit here, we need to actually be doing, not item equipped, ability equipped. There we go. Okay. Understanding my fucking stupidity. We're getting there. Ugh. Ugh. Alright. Preferably one without quick start. Thank you. So in here, 20%. 40%! And then if I force a level of Broken Shackles... No, it's not Broken Shackles, it's Hellborn Collar we're looking for. Hellborn Collar. 180, and then if I switch back... 140. Fucking nice. Oh. Oh. Good lord. That is making me very sleepy from the amount of silliness. So I did manage to get some decent sleep last night. Went to bed early, woke up more reasonable time than normal, which is good, but doesn't solve the fact that I'm just feeling kind of exhausted at the moment. Did start watching Matt Smith Doctor Who now finally. Started that. I've just watched the first episode of the Weeping Angel storyline that they had, which is good. Time for a marathon then? Fuck no. Again, marathon ain't happening until I have a guarantee the flatmate's out of the house for like a week. Because, something that might not be really obvious, I've talked about this a few times. I get that was a joke, obviously, don't get me wrong. But like, one thing I do want to bring to clarity, do you know why the streams start at 8 AM for me? It's because the agreement I have with my flatmate is that I'm not talking before then. Unless they're up. And they sometimes are, sometimes aren't. Especially when it comes to wintertime, they very rarely are up and going before 8. And then, like, we also kind of have a soft agreement of, like, try not to be noisy past 10 as well. So the marathon stream just wouldn't work, because then there would be hard lockout timers for it. Unlike with what we did, which is we just kind of went for as long as we could. When I got up, I got on. And when I went to bed was whenever I went to bed. And normally it was later than 10. So, sounds like a complicated relationship. They're a actively working person. And it's literally just, hey, I don't want you to keep me up while I'm awake, or I don't want you to wake me up early. And that's fair. They're working 40 hours at least, sort of thing. Like, it's a working relationship. Like, it's exactly how that is. That's not what I'd call complicated. Asking me to stop, not be, like, loud and noisy before 8 AM seems very reasonable. And is how it kind of works in flats, is you'll probably set boundaries like that. Especially knowing that the office I have is opposite their bedroom. And my bedroom's on the wall that I'm actually against. Right now, is on the other side of that wall. It's not really any room for negotiation there. If the office space was like on the other side of the house, completely different argument, right? But even if I've got my doors closed and stuff like that, sound's gonna get through. They can do whatever now. I mean, first of all, I'll always put this thing forward. If you're in your parents' house, you just have to abide by their rules. But when you go flatting and stuff like that, it is a completely different thing. You can set your preferences, but also you need to find compromise with those around you, right? Like, it was fairly early on we realized that me talking at my times that I would normally consider reasonable was not okay. Because I would get up at like 5 AM and I would maybe chat with friends at like sometimes around 6 AM, if not earlier. And that's just not okay in that sense. So that's kind of the difference, is you're talking family. That's very different. In my case, I'll just tell you that I can put white noise on. Well, again, that's the thing. That's not how that works. That's you accommodating me, not compromising, right? There's a big, big difference with that. And we're talking about I'm getting up super early, so they've already been asleep, then they get woken up by me. That's not okay. But we made the compromise argument that, like, if they're not up by 8 AM, that's kind of on them. Then I'm allowed to start doing what I'm doing, because otherwise it causes too much, like, disruption for my livelihood. I stand by. This is something that I feel is very, very normal when you're dealing with a flat, right? Because keep in mind, this person is not related to me in any way. I know, like, that I know them via people, that was it. So it's not, I'm not living with family. It's been many times since that had been the case. And that's kind of the difference in that situation. On top of that is, like, if you're fully working, like, is it a small flat? I mean, it's not, the house is a 3-bedroom place with two lounge places on it. Sort of. Again, it's a fairly expensive place to be staying at. I have to pay like $300 a week, and I'm like $350 a week, and I'm still paying a smaller amount. It is a really decently sized place. The difficulty comes in that, like, the second lounging space is up some stairs, and that would have been really great for an office for me because I could soundproof it pretty quickly and easily, and it means that I could be able to get away with a lot of that. But the problem is they've kind of taken that as their office, and they have made it very clear that like they would prefer it to stay that way. Which is why, like, when I was like, okay, well, I want at least an office and a bedroom separate, we made an effort to like clear out what we had as our spare room. And now I'm currently, my office is what my old bedroom was, which if you go back to my old streams, you'll actually see the bed in the back. And now my bedroom's the, against this wall. Or like on the other side of this wall. But all of the 3 bedrooms, if I was to draw like kind of the house layout, the main house layout is kind of like big block, right? Kind of like that. Actually, I'll probably best draw it on the side. And then like, kinda, yeah. So the idea is, so with how it's laid out, this is kitchen slash dining. This is lounge. There are stairs here that go up. Bathroom is here. This is all open plan, by the way. So this is technically still lounge. This is my office. This is their bedroom. And this is my bedroom. Are you both light sleepers, by the way? Fairly. I'm a lot heavier sleeper now that I've been on medication, but we're fairly light sleepers. And then, yeah, like the upstairs is basically, I think it's kind of like this kind of space. No, it's not that quite far over. It's like that sort of space up the top. And it's got like a curtain down here that you can cover over. So it blocks it off. But yeah, like there's just no doorway here, the door here, door here, door here. There you go. That is kind of what the place is laid out as. And that's the difficulty, is that like, I'm right opposite them. There's a lot of key reasonings why, like, especially talking is what wakes them up. I'm not gonna go too far into that, but like the point is that it's just, unless I can near mute out audio leaving this room, which is not a cheap thing to do, that's like, I'm not gonna be able to convince them otherwise for stuff like that. Like, I need to stress to the end of days, this is how living as an adult works in social settings like this, is you have to follow rules. There's a reason why I've said, though, that, like, if I wanted to do a marathon or a 24-hour stream or something like that, my flatmate has made it clear that, like, if I have good enough reasoning and go, hey, a week or 2 in advance, could you be, like, gone for this day, like a day? They've said that as long as it's possible, they're kind of cool with doing that. But, like, a full week marathon, unless they're already planning on going away, not happening. Do not think the marathons are a common thing that are going to occur. Not while I'm living like this. But yeah, this place is like 7 fucking, like, is it 740 or 780 a week? It's not cheap. Keep in mind that, like, the average place is 500, 600. It's just because the location, all that. It was fun, though. I 100% agree that it was very, very fun, and I really, really would like to do another one, but again, it's just being realistic. Right. It's not like, that's why I say it's, if I lived on my own, we would probably be able to do some more intensive stuff like that, but not often. Got paid. How much is Final Fantasy 4? It was actually on special the other week, and I was very annoyed because I just didn't have the spare cash. What is it? Oh yeah, Crypt of the Necrodance is also on sale. I need to see how long that sale is for. $30. There you go. $30 New Zealand. Good lord. But yeah, like it was discounted down to like almost $20, which is why I was like really wanting to, but I just didn't have the money. But yeah, how long is this sale for? Because I should pick this up. Yeah, I did say that with the Miku DLC it'd be funny. I agree. But we still need to do the fucking other stuff as well. 20th of February, so that's... I'm not gonna be able to do it next week, am I? Come on, calendar. I need to see what dates are. They're more expensive than I would think. Oh yeah, 100%. I agree with that. I got this Wednesday. Oh no, I got 2 Wednesdays. So I could potentially, not this Wednesday, next Wednesday, grab Crypt of the Necrodancer. It's one of those games that I would definitely, the Final Fantasy stuff is like, I'd prefer to grab it on special. Not because I don't think it's worth this price, but it's just because this price is so high for something I'm doing very short term. But to be fair, these are the last ones, right? These are the last 3. So once that's gotten, we're gone through all of those. Which is kind of sad as well. Also, Creation, I would love to pick that up. Is that going to be another till the 20th sale? Because that one's just one that looks really cool. No, that ends in 20 hours. Kind of high for me to... Yeah, no, you're all good. Don't think you need to buy those for me. We've got Pokemon as a priority as it is. So we're gonna probably just finish that, and by then, I should have hopefully been able to do something about it. I'll, likely as well, I'll probably look at keysides and shit. I'm not happy about that, but again, it's the acknowledgement of this is how games work for a consumer, as you try and find the best pricing. Alright. But yeah, so there we go, there's that was the explanation of my place. That's why I don't do, that's why I don't wanna, do marathons too often. Going back to that point. At the beginning it was a joke, then I started seriously talking about the price. Yeah, exactly. It's the problem is there's just like so many things I need to buy at this point. Like, there's a couple of more magic things I want to finish off getting before I like basically pull the plug on spending much more on magic for a long time. There's obviously my PC upgrades that I need to do, and then there is Miku and Fortnite, because we still need to do that joke stream. And then there's the Final Fantasy games. And then there's whatever the hell I do next. Buy them for yourself and do all the achievements. Hell yeah, that's the correct thing to do. But yeah, like PC upgrade, especially now. Like I talked about this last week, right? But like now that I've done testing with the Switch streaming, and tested how my PC handles if all it's doing is streaming and VTubing, like I could build such an insane PC and we could play pretty much anything, and I'd be able to stream it. I'll buy the bundle. I mean, that's what happened, like I said, like a week or two ago, is all of them were on special by like a decent margin. I think for me, they were almost at 20 bucks each. I haven't seen them. No, yeah, no, like I'm not kidding. Last week and the week before, they were on sale. They go on sale fairly frequently. They go on sale with pretty much like every major scale thing, and then like a few sub things. That's why it's like, it's not urgent for me. I would love to get into playing more of them, but like also there's that soft acknowledgement I'm kind of making is once we've finished those Final Fantasy games, we would not be able to finish off the franchise because of how much more intense the games are going to be after that point. Right? And that's kind of the rationale, is like Final Fantasy VII and all of its versions, whatever, and then like onwards, those are games I would not be able to effectively play on this PC while streaming. And that's like while VTubing streaming. That's something that's just kind of accepted, right? You can play up to 10, no problem for sure. On this PC, no. Not while streaming and not while VTubing. If I was talking about like just playing them, I can play up to 15. And that's not a joke. Like that's, again, gotta reiterate how intense those games are on my PC. Like how much streaming, I should say, and VTubing is on my PC. There's a reason why we see the VTuber model lag while I'm launching my game. Because it's just that much is getting dumpstered. I'm basically unable to use like 60 to 80% of my PC while streaming. Which is why, like, I love the idea of doing a playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3, but that game, I can barely watch videos while playing that game. So how the hell would I be able to stream that? Because that's a game that takes up like 80% of my PC. 80, 90%. It's an intense game for me. It's so funny when it blinks asynchronously. I mean, it's probably just like the angle that I'm moving at. Like, I don't know. It's probably just the lighting hitting or something like that. To be fair, I wear glasses, so it probably fucks the lighting a bit. Or I cover my eye for a moment, and it does a weird thing. I don't know. It's like proof that you're a lizard folk. Hey now, I'm not a lizard. I am not a lizard. Why would I be a lizard? The lizard folk are rich. Why the fuck do you think I'm a lizard folk? Okay, I won't bother writing out the proper description for this right now, but we kind of know what we'll need to do for it. Good to see that the item is working, and now we have the logic as well behind how we would do this check. So the benefit we have is that when we're doing the weapon, we would literally just do this check as well. Do I want to start writing the weapon up? I don't have anything to represent it well. I might honestly just work on the splash for a little bit. Just because the weapon is going to be really awkward to do without visual for it. Because, like, it itself isn't going to be difficult, other than potentially having to rewrite how DOTs work a little bit, because I haven't, again, there's only one other DOT in the game, so it means that I'm going to have to make sure it's designed in a way to effectively work with more than one thing. Yeah, other than that, I don't think there's really much else to comment on with it. So, let's do a little bit of the splash then. I showed it earlier, but we're going to work on it a bit now. So, to those that are wondering, this is where the splash art for Full Morco is at. If we were to remove the background stuff there a little bit, so you can kind of see a bit more clearly where our Balbaos are at. And I was just in the beginning of the process of doing Fuawa. So her skin tone has been done up, but that's basically it. I haven't even added much in the way of shading. I've also just added the baselines for her face. Yeah. Yeah, this is gonna be the annoying bit. I'm gonna have to do those two somewhat together. Do it this way. But yeah, other than this, like, there's what? So it'll be mainly icons and just the updated particles that will need to be done. I just don't want to do the animation stuff right now, because it's a nightmare. We could work on one of the skins I want to do as well. But I kind of want to have some splash arts for those prepped and ready. Because I feel like that's one of the things I want to kind of do a bit better with moving forward when it comes to like the characters is with the I want to do skins, but I want to do skins that are all prepped to go, which is what we don't have at the moment. We have failed to do that aspect of them where they don't have their splash arts. Well, I say as if there's more than one case scenario. There's only Iron Mouse's skin. But the point stands. Right? Which I do need to do that splash art at some point. Again, just I don't have any other words than like I guess I'm just lazy and haven't done them yet, but I don't like considering it that way. It's just too many different things to do. Too many little things, too many big things, and then like general life, right? Like's kicking me in the teeth. But I've been enjoying actually the Pokemon streams because they're just a great way of letting off steam. Just fucking around, being childish. Good bit of fun. Oh, you know one thing I saw the other day that made me, like, consider a weapon to be designed for this? Is, someone did up, a drawing of Ina, but, like, based off of, whatchamacallit from, Marvel Rivals. What's his name? Winter Soldier. Winter Soldier's ult. They did it with that. Where it's, like, her tentacles coming out the arm and everything. It looked really cool, and I thought that'd be a cool weapon idea. Especially knowing that, like... I actually don't know what I'm doing with Ina's weapon still, I think, from memory. Because the only tentacle-based weapon we have so far is Nyana's, right? Which is the, her fucking book. And it summons the tentacles. But she's gonna be a duration-based, character. I'm still pretty confident her item's literally just gonna be, like, gives you more duration. Basic items, man. Basic items are something that is, more valuable than might be considered. There's a reason why I'm actually happy with Matara sticking with just being, giving her a mount. Because her kit's already very fucking loaded. Why would I add more? Alright. There we go. That should help that a little bit, so now I can do that. No. There we go. Wasn't really a fan of the fishnets, but honestly they grew on you. That's fair. I mean, the one thing I stand by is that their shoes are some of the fucking worst things ever. I hate them so much because of how complex, unnecessarily complex they are. Like, I had a little rant earlier, but like genuinely, it frustrates me. It frustrates me more than I could just like ever stress. Because like, here is me trying to draw their shoes in a bit more of a higher def scenario to use as a reference point. Look at what's going on here. Like, what the fuck? I feel like I did a decent job with this one here, and it still looks fucked. But do you have any idea how hard it is to do? This one's just like, I'm hoping to God you don't look at it. Because it's far enough away, right? It's my reasoning. It's fine. Oh yeah, no, don't get me wrong. It's fine. It's just, I hate it. Do you have any idea how long it took me to get to that point where I was even that happy with it? Like, it's adequate. There's a reason why I've left it. But also, dear God, I hate it. Is that not blocked off yet? Oh, yeah. There we go. It's fine when you make something so you're the #1 hater of it. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah. Let's be honest. I think out of everyone on this stream, my #1 hater is me. And it's gonna maintain all the way through everything I do. Because the difference is, you guys will never, ever try and beat me for that, because you're not there on those long nights where I'm lying in bed and considering what the fuck has gone wrong with my life. There's only one kind of bully that sits there every time you're crying and picks on you further, and that's yourself. You know where to hit. Whoops. Every person self-criticizes. Yeah, I'm not disputing that. And very much I want it stressed, like, I'm not trying to go for a sob story. I know exactly what I'm saying. It's something everyone deals with. It sucks. Just sucks. Ah, headphones. I stuck up narcissists wouldn't shit on themselves. I feel like true and false to that. I feel like, if anything, the only criticism, like the only critiquing they will ever listen to is themselves. And they'll always think they needed to be better. The problem is the way that they will think it is so probably, like, beyond toxic. Because in my experience with actual narcissistic people, is that they'll sit there and go, how could I have presented myself better? Not how could I have been better, it's how could I have presented myself better so that I would have gotten the praise or whatever that I would have wanted. That is what narcissism is. Narcissism is just needing validation from other people to justify them, and then manipulating things to make sure that they get that validation. It's why they feel so fucking scummy. There we go. Yes. They will see the flaws, and instead of how can I improve, they go, how can I prove it's... Yeah. It's like, it's that aspect of perfection right there is the main thing. Is that they believe they're perfect, or they believe they should be perfect, and that other people should be telling them how perfect they are. And it's like, well, no. It's not how that works. That's why I slapped to their previous message. That's fair. That's fair. So there's like a thing here. What of a thing here. Then there's this thing here. Oh, dude, I was fucking spent a good chunk of yesterday watching, the, like, highlights for Hololive for Feb. For January, sorry. Because I feel like I've not watched a lot of VTuber clips recently, ironically. The only VTuber clips I watch are my own. But yeah, like, I just feel like I've not been watching stuff as much. Which is, I think, not inaccurate. I've been streaming a lot more, and I've just been a lot less interested in watching certain things. But yeah, so I watched through it, and I got to see the Coin scenario, which I know, didn't they have to, like, launch a full official apology about that one? Right? I think that was one of the funnier parts that came out of that. Oh, hey, Yoyuki, how's it going? But yeah. No, it's always fun when, like, a bit goes too far and then there's, like, an official thing about it. Gotta love the silliness over there. Welcome, Raiders, welcome. Hope you had a good time and hope you can get a good bit of rest while you're here. I'm currently just doing some drawing because I'm losing my mind with programming. So, you know how it goes. The presentation in Cali, CoffeeZilla style exposing it. Yeah, it was great. Was fun today? Awesome. Awesome. Actually, I saw your stream. Weren't you playing, like, Suddenly Mole People? Yeah, I saw you were digging a hole. That was about all I got time to see before I had to, like, rush to get my stuff set up. I'm glad digging a hole was fun. That's always the important thing. As they say, we all yearn for the mines, truly. Way like Minecraft. It's definitely what that means. Started with Crony being hacked. But yeah, no, like, it was an actual thing, and then they fixed it, and then they made a bit of it, and I believe they had to still apologize for the bit, because it was, a little poor taste, which I kinda agree with the sentiment. But yeah. Always good. Always gotta have a bit of good humor when it comes to that sort of stuff. Now, the problem we have, and I don't know how obvious it is currently, but can you easily tell the difference between the skin tone and the hair color? Because, like, it's really hard to see where this begins and where this ends. That's why over on this face, it's a slightly different skin color, but it's also, or skin tone, but it's also slightly got shadow around the place to try and compensate. Still not happy with how it works, but it works a lot better over there. Gonna have to do something here about that though. Decided on a pose? Yes, I did decide on a pose. This is what we've been working with. I'm currently, I've got more core done up. I'm working on the, Kawawa side now. As you can see, there's actually a lot of this that's not even actually drawn in. Most of this is on a different layer as a reference point. So... we're getting there. We're getting there. This is satire in the corner of her stream. Yeah. Like, that's the problem when people take that the humor too far. That's what ruins a joke, is when people go too far with it. Let a joke be a joke. It doesn't need to go all the way, right? To be fair, I'm pretty sure we all have that one friend that dials any joke up to 11. There's a... I'm not going to repeat what they've said, but there's one guy at my LGS that is very good at, like... So one person will make one joke that's a little, like, on the nose and slightly subjective. Like, I'll make that joke, or one of the other people will make that joke. And he just says the part that you left unsaid. And it's like, for God's sakes, you could have left it. You could have left that one alone. No. And now we're all laughing away the pain of someone saying something so fucked up, but it's kind of funny. And you're like, I shouldn't be laughing right now. We all have that one friend that does that. Hair shadow? Yeah, we need to do some hair shadow soon. We've got a lot of work to do with this hair. I'm just doing some basic stuff at the moment to get the shape actually done in. So I can shift and mold it in accordance. On the border with Germany, we know how to crack humor. Oh my god, okay, yeah. No, I don't need an example. I'll say that now. Okay, so there's that shadow there, and there's also going to be this shadow. That adds a lot to improve there. Still need to do something about the mouth, because that's not the right color for this. So I can't do that either, could I? I mean, to be fair, I still need to do the cheek color. I'm very proud, by the way, of how this cheek coloring came in. I think this looks cute as hell. Like the way it blends. Need to do some slight different colors with this one though. So obviously it doesn't. This Fuawa's skin's a little bit more porcelain. So I need to tone these ones slightly for it, but it's not too far off at a distance. It just needs to come down in color a little bit. Like, honestly. honestly, I could probably get away with doing... Actually, I should probably just straight up change these colors to more obscene outliers. Well, I figure out the coloring. I do have a reference image of around here. That light enough. That seems good. Need to shape it better though. Yeah, that looks a bit better. Because, like, I have to get the cheeks right? Like, that's something that I think we can all agree on, is it's such an important aspect of their visual kind of design. I don't know why, but yeah, like, when I think of these two, I think of the cheeks being, like, the little bit of red to them. They look, it's very important. Also, I should mention, I actually don't think they've got different skin tones between the two characters. Maybe? Maybe for is slightly more porcelain? No, I think they're exactly the same. I'm just doing this because we need to actually have the skin tones look different. Otherwise, for example, this is going to look like a mess. This is them kind of holding hands together. How the hell that's gonna look is already gonna be a mess. Right? Because, like, if we draw this in now... I don't think this is anything here, so I need to draw it here. Right, we do this and we'll add the shadow, it's already going to be a nightmare to look at. I think I had a reference image around somewhere for the hand holding though. So this, I think, is going to be just that. This is the key for this side. And then this side has this blend a little bit. And then this side, this goes here, so this goes here. See what I mean? It's gonna need work. It's gonna need so much work. I'm gonna have to come back to this. Actually forgot that is your desktop wallpaper. Yeah, no, I don't change my wallpapers very often, so it's probably gonna stay that way for like a few months at least. Unless something really substantial turns up between now and then. That's not a different white, is it? No. Okay. Oh, that's fine. To do the brushing for this one, I'll just need to do this. What is this supposed to be? Is it just supposed to be gap? I guess so. There we go. You could make Mokoko a little more tanned than... I think... The thing is, I think at this point in time, there's not much I can do to not just make it, like, too differentiable. Like, that's the thing, is I think with the hand shading, it's less that... It's just more that the shadow locations need to be improved upon. To make the differences out. It's just difficulty of positioning and all that. I don't think I can change the tone too much more, though. I think I've already kind of, like, touched a limit, in a sense, what I can do with that. Also, for a while without ears won't hurt you. What if I undogged your dog? I undog your dog, girl. How do you feel? I don't want to call my dog cute and mean it. Yeah. I mean, what was the fucking clip I saw that actually had me in stitches? It was like Gura playing Liar's Bar and her asking her viewers, have you ever saved lewd images of me? And just like one of them shakes their head, and then one of them just turns and looks away, and then she turns back to the other one's like, are you telling the truth? And then they just look away. And I'm like sitting there for a moment going, I'm gonna be real with you, Chief. I don't think there's a Gura fan out there that hasn't. Me, Malith, why are you so lazy? Malith undogs my dog girl. Exactly. It's like that same energy from that one stream of RT Game and like a bunch of artists where they basically said, don't be mean to me, I can draw you pregnant. And just that. It's like, hey, better relax, I can draw you pregnant. Fear me and my power. Huh? Excuse me? What do you mean? Do it then, coward. I already have so many fucking commission things I need to do. Y'all need to chill, please. I'm already behind on my work. Please let me just relax for a bit. I know it all commission now, god damn it. You have an interesting choice in relaxing music. Sounds like a game over screen. I mean, it can be relaxing to see a game over screen. It's me every time I see my death screen in fucking League of Legends. It's like, I'm finally not playing the game. Wait. Why am I playing this game? To be fair, the music I'm playing is me being lazy and just playing a Heartbound soundtrack. And I fucked up while doing the setup for it, so we have 200 songs. It's only 100 songs. I've doubled them somehow. Every song is in the list twice. Don't ask. I prefer not to try and think about what I've done wrong. Alright, there we go. Hand. Does this hand look good? Kinda. The distance. When you're not squinting. That's fine. It's not fine. It's not fine. How do you even... Don't. Let's just acknowledge it happened and leave it at that. The best part is, I just want to point out, I'm a tech guy. I know how to fix shit like that. I just don't know how I fucked it up, so I'm leaving it. Because it works. And that's all that matters. And that's probably the most tech guy statement you'll hear out of me in a long time. It works, don't touch it. That reminds me, I still need to finish. Oh god, no, I just got reminded of work I need to do. Don't think about other work when you're working on one thing. You get distracted and then you get fucking irritated. Alright. I remember fixing a fridge at work for special materials. Not sure what I did. It worked only at a slight angle. Wouldn't drop it. Got a raise and pay bonus for it. Fucking why not? To be fair, I have a number of stories like that for other jobs. That I'm not going to talk about some of those because they would get me in legal trouble. Just know that IT is famous for its she'll be right mentality when it comes to a lot of things. If it works, it works. Don't fight it. Accept it. Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of circumstances I can think of where things shouldn't have, yeah. What can I even say? What can I even say about some of these that won't get me in, like, actual potential, like, getting called up by people? Security sometimes isn't the priority in programming, and that is not a good thing. That is what I can definitely say. Remember always to code secure stuff. Yeah, I think that covers the point. Secure your access ports, boys. Secure your access ports. Those fail safes are necessary. Oh yeah, oh yeah. I have a buddy working IT, and he would fix the problem, and then sit next to fixed thing, pretending to work for like an hour. Oh, that happened a lot as well. That's something that I can't talk on, because that's just me being an ass. Yeah, there is a number of times where I have, like, done something, worked on it, and gone like, cool, I finished this in, like, 20 minutes. They allocated me the day for this, so I'm gonna, like, spend the next, like, 6 hours here just, working on some other stuff. Relaxing. Watching some YouTube. Fun fact, I watched some annoying orange that way. one job. I don't think that was IT though. I don't think I've been working in IT for that long, right? Can't remember what I was doing at the time. I remember watching Annoying Orange for the first time at work though. So should I fucking re-dog girl the dogged dog girl? Or are we content leaving it like this for a little longer? Got paid to watch Annoying Orange. Basically. That is basically what happened. What a wild time that was. I mean, how else was I gonna ever watch that? New stuff about forklifts because one was broken. It had a battery unplugged. Sat on it for 2 hours and told my boss that the issue was with the wiring. Yeah. No, yep. Yeah. Like, it's one of those things that, like, when you hear that as a person, you're like, what the fuck's wrong with you? And it's like, yeah, but no, genuinely, if you've worked in those environments, they treat you like such shit. You're gonna take your extra breaks where you can. It's just how it works. Am I gonna say that's good? No. It's bad for both you and the company, but also, like, it's kind of on them. Okay. Chat, here you go. Smash or pass. It's like kill, marry, and all that sort of stuff, but it's with only 2 of them. Which one do you choose? Smash. Yeah, that's fair. Is a solution micromanaging? I would definitely say never micromanaging is a solution. I have been micromanaged, and it was horrendous because it's micromanaged by... Normally, the people that try and micromanage don't know what the fuck they're doing. Hug, cuddle. Exactly. Which is hug and which is cuddle, though? In order, left to right. Hug, cuddle. That's fair. I mean, Whoa is the fluffy one. Right? She's definitely soft. Can I just say, so this is, like, every once in a while you have that one thing that you're, like, slightly proud of, even though it's got nothing to do with the major thing. Can I just say how happy I am with this little crystal that I did? Oops. There we go. This little crystal I did for, Morco. Like, added this since it actually, like, pops out really nicely. I'm very happy with it. Don't know how I'm gonna replicate that for Woods Crystal, but we'll figure it out. Okay, so now I need to do the fuzzy again. Yes. Alright. And... Okay, it's looking decent. Okay, so the belt has two aspects to this. I'm gonna need a darker color for a little bit of this. This is going to have to come down a bit extra. Oh. And then I'm going to need the silver stuff that I have here. There we go. Sometimes doing your work with people who don't understand it feels like being a wine snob. You can make crap up on the spot and just sound kind of right for them to believe it's legit. Oh yeah, no, it's one of those things, right? I'm gonna say this as like plainly as I can to those, again, like going to that whole thing of like people that might go, oh, isn't this like really scumbaggy and all that? If you're in these work environments and you're surrounded by people that don't know what you're doing and don't know what you're talking about, it can actually get really fucking frustrating. So this is kind of, in a sense, the petty revenge that we have. It's like, oh, you're gonna be an ass to us? Well, we get to be an ass in return. Because most of the time, and I mean this genuinely, most of the time what you'll get with these people as well is they will treat your job like it's not actually that important as well. I've had that a lot. They'll just go like, it's not that big a deal. It's like, actually, no, this is a big deal that's happening here. So when it's not a big deal, you have the full right to be a dick to them. Because they don't know what they're talking about. Alright, and like that's such a common issue in that field, in the IT field specifically. Is that like, dependent on your role is dependent on what you're going to deal with particularly, but one of the things you're realistically going to deal with is like, you're gonna, so if you do commission-based like IT stuff, right? So what I used to do and one of the roles was like be the midway point for here's a project that the client wants and here's my team. So and I've talked about this before, the problem is a lot of the time the client will come in with expectations that are just not feasible or not reasonable or are almost in like fighting what they actually want. So the problem becomes in those situations, how do you convey that? Depending on the team I had, most of the time I would just have to do what they said. And you might go like, well, doesn't that like really suck? And it's yes it does. It really does suck when you have to just do what your client says and it's wrong. And you know it's wrong, and you know you're going to spend weeks working on this to only have to rewrite it in the space of about 3 days. But at the end of the day, they're paying you. You have to do what they said. Right? It's better than not having a job? Yeah. It sucks to say it that way, but genuinely, it is the case more often than not, is you're in a situation like this, and it's just, if you want to keep your clients, if you want to keep everything, you kind of just have to put up with their idiocy. And in a sense, this is why I did have a fear going into the idea of redoing commission work stuff again. Because, like, if I do commissions, there's a fear that, like, I have to deal with bigotry of people telling me what I should and shouldn't do. And it's like, but the difference is, with the commissions that I'm doing for art and stuff, I have the right to just tell you to fuck off. And that's something I'm going to uphold all the way through whenever I'm doing any of my work, is that if you come to me and you ask, hey, could you do this? And I say no, and you ask why, I'm going to tell you to fuck off. Because I'll give you your explanation, and if you're not happy with it, you're not getting anything further than that. If you're not happy with the product I produced, if it's within my scope, I will work on it. Otherwise, because there is so many people out there that are so willing to scam artists that I'm not going to put up with anyone trying to do that. I feel like I've lived long enough to get that entitlement. But you could argue, doesn't that sound like you just really don't want clients? It's like, realistically? Yeah. Realistically, I would love to not have any clients. But also, I need to pay bills. So hard to do this bit with the frills. Okay, Not quite. Yeah, that'll work. Chain should probably still curve though. So... Okay, and then there's a bit of more blue on the... like that. And then there's mainly on the sleeves, there's a bit of a pocket back here. There we go. Alright. Wrote a continuation of your current D&D campaign. It was supposed to be a 2-hour long game, but I decided to add a small easy combat against 2 elf hunters before going to its start. Oh god. The players were fighting the 2 elves for 1.5 hours and almost died. The fuck did you do to those elves? They jacked as fuck, what the hell? Has Mello been on stream lately? I haven't seen Mello around for a bit. No. I haven't caught up with them either, so I don't know what they've been up to. There we go. I have Mello on Discord friends. I mean, I've got a DM open with them. It's just, like, I'll openly admit this, and I feel like anyone that has talked with me, that knows this, I tend not to send messages. And that's not because, like, for any other reason other than that's just how my brain works. Last update he did was 4 weeks ago on his YouTube. Yeah, it's been a hot minute then. I mean, like, yeah, last thing I heard was they were working on, like, a bunch of stuff. So... Again, kind of my style of just, I don't tend to check up on people very much. And people have to tend to send me things. But like, I have a feeling if a VTuber saw them in your game, with that art, they'd be flabbergasted. What do you mean? Is in a good way or a bad way? Because like, I don't know. Still kind of getting there with it. He said he was working on a big project. Oh, okay. I like to think I'm going in a positive direction with my art skill. Looks better than me. I mean, it looks better than what I would do like 2 weeks ago, so, you know. Alright. You'll never hear me stop doing the whole, like, art is one of the many things where the longer you spend working on it, the better it gets. Problem is, it's really frustrating sometimes. Because you look on Twitter and you see people that are significantly more, what you would consider more talented and all that, and it's like, oh, why can't I be like them? Not acknowledging the fact that they've probably spent, like, fucking years getting to that point. Right? Okay. God, now I gotta do the shoes again. Oh! Alright. That grass is always greener on the other side. I mean, yeah, in a sense. It's just like, it's one of those things of even if someone is innately talented with something, it'll never stop the fact that they probably had to put in a lot of work afterwards to just keep improving. With what I've got here, like, that's a perfect example. Like, I had a lot of innate skill when it came to art. I was put through a lot of art classes and special stuff for art, and then I stopped doing art and I got fucking shite. And now I'm redoing stuff, and I would argue this is a significant improvement over some of the early splash arts I did. In fact, I would love to go back and redo some of my older splash arts, but also I acknowledge the more I go, I want to go back and redo means that I'm never going to progress, because I'm going to just keep doing this cycle, and that's not what we want. We want to keep improving. That's why I'm going to be honest, Mokoko is a piece of art that I'm actually, like, really proud of. And so far, Fuwa was ramping up to kind of be similar. So that's why I'm, like, very happy with this so far. Because, like, when you start removing all of the, like, crap in the background, this is what we're left with. And sure, there's no feet at all on Fuawa, nor is there, like, any tales or anything. It's decent. What VTuber am I planning to add next? If we go by the list, we have 2 more to do for this current update cycle. Which is Doki and Mume. Those are the next 2 that I'm going to be working on. The benefit we have is with Mume is both her item and weapon are already in. And now with Doki, her item I believe is in. We had that done the other day because we went and then thought may as well. Hey, Matthew, how's it going? So yeah, like we've got stuff going with it all. But yeah, like for our more is the main one at the moment, and then like the next major update, this is our list of characters to work on. We've got Rin, Melody, Onigiri, and Neurosama. Neurosama going to be like one of the most intense ones to do, just because there's going to be so much finicky work with it. Even once we've got like a large scale amount of work done, for how to do AI and all that in this game, it's not going to stop the fact that I have to do conditionals, and it's going to take ages. You have more frequent updates than GTA 5. I mean, that's not hard in a sense, because I'm a much smaller scale game and I have less things that I need to consider, and most of my updates that I've done are small scale. So, I'll say that. While I appreciate the sentiment, though, I will be realistic. Because, like, we did release an update last week. Which that update was... Do I not have the thing open currently? I don't. Oh, I do. Okay. VTube Unite. We had the last update, which was this one, 3 days ago. But, like, if you look at this isn't actually all that much that got done. I did a bunch of tweaks to Iron Mouse, which, yeah, got those done over, like, a stream. I did this off camera. This was it was more than just health and damage, but, like, it was me just summarizing it. And then the UI stuff, we tried to do some stuff in tooltip improvements. And that was all we did. Because Full Morcos, was not far enough along to, like, push to get it done in time for it. Previous update to that one, though, was pretty massive, but that was because it was between, what was it? So this was 17 days ago, and the previous one for that was 90 days ago. So this one added, like, 2 characters. Added a bunch of big stuff. Yeah, we had new items come in, bosses, large-scale improvements to the game. Shrine update, that was massive as well. That took ages. System improvements. What was that? Damage and healing numbers. Oh my god, I forgot that I hadn't... Yeah, like, that had been out of the game for ages. Balance changes were pretty light because, I didn't really want to thrash with a character while the game's changing so much. You know, it would be a great idea would be adding a VTuber from an anime. What do you mean? Do you mean like an anime about VTubers? Because like there was the one the other like a few seasons back and all that. I mean, simply put, do you want to know why I can't? If it's or if you're talking about like adding a character from an anime as one of the things. But like I have a very simple reasoning as to why. And it sucks. Because I'd love to. But there's a reason why we have what's on the list. Even in the special list. The stuff in this stuff, the mini seasons. It's because everything in this is within a legal standpoint that I can get away with this as long as it's not monetized. All of this comes under acceptable stuff for So, while I love the idea, I can't do that because I wouldn't be able to, yeah, licensing. The licensing for all of this is either fair use or under specific context that I meet. That was always the rule with the game. Toho is probably like the only one that you might question, but Toho is an open license. Same as actually Hatsune Miku and the other Vocaloids, they're all in a open license. Some of the songs aren't, I believe, but like for the most part, Hatsune Miku herself is an open license. So that's why like I was gonna do a joke about that. It's the reason why the mini season's called These Are VTubers, right? It sucks. It really does. There's a reason why there's even a very valid consideration, I've talked about this before, to have non-industry ones, or stick to one industry thing, or anything like that, or corporations, or potentially avoid certain corporations, and that's purely because of the potential ramifications. Because, in the nicest sense, this game could never be played by Niji-sanji. Even if there's Niji-sanji characters in here, there would never be a way that they would let their VTubers play this game. And you want to know why? Unless they change their stance on things, there is a simple reason as to why. And all I'm going to do is highlight it, and we're not going to talk about it. Gonna move on from that. There is so much, like, questionable rules around all of this that's really hard. I'm trying to keep all of that in mind while making this, to not overstep any boundaries, to never put myself in a position or put any of the talents in a position that would be detrimental. Right, you might make an argument, aren't you sounding like you're doing this a little more intensely than you need to for a fan game? Yes and no. A fan game's in a very weird position a lot of the time. Fan game means that I can get away with a lot of things, but it also does not mean I am omnipotently able to ignore all rulings. And that's what's important. I still have to abide by rules set by these companies. Alright, time to work on these bloody shoes. Actually, I'm gonna do something to make this a little easier on myself. Better to be safe than sorry. Yeah. I mean, like, that, as much as, like, we could make a joke about that, yeah, no, 100%. It's better to be safer than sorry in this situation. Because we want to, again, the game is designed with the intention to celebrate VTubers as a whole. So I want to make sure that everything's up to, like, the acceptable code and standpoint for that. Nintendo's releasing life-size God of War plushie for $450. It's gonna be the... I did hear about that. That's, it made me chuckle something fierce when I heard about it. Has a YouTuber, not VTuber, ever played your game? technically, there has been 2 streamers that have played this game that I know of. One of them's technically a VTuber. I don't know if I'd consider him that, but it's actually ironically the person I work for. As an admin for their server, so it's not like an actual paid job or anything, it's full volunteer. But they are very nice, and I did pay them a shitload of money back when I had money. So they treat me kind of nice. But aside from that, yeah, that's it. Live up to its name once more, yeah. Actually, 500 pounds gone. Dude, it's more like gallons at that point, let's be honest. Alright. Look, I will openly say if I had the money, I would probably buy it. Don't have the money, but yeah. So instead of purple, it's a darker blue. So I'm actually going to maintain this color here for that. I'm going to tone this tone down a little bit so I can sit here in the background. Let's see. I lost gallons to you. I hope you find it. God damn it. I don't even know who you are. What happened to Harley Quinn? What? I don't know. She jumped in front of a bus? Did Joker say something wrong again? Did Joker say a slur? Do you think Joker would ever say a slur? I feel like Joker would say a slur. Why am I getting onto this discussion? Pokorogue? Oh yeah, dude, I haven't touched Pokorogue in too long, man. I haven't basically touched it in like... I think I played it for like another week longer than we streamed it for. I haven't touched it since. Yeah, Yellow Meowth and all that. Yeah. I do kind of feel bad. I would like to go back to it, but it's just too many things. We've got the main Pokemon series now that we're doing, right? So. There we go. Only in front of Batman. Okay, that's fair. I can see that. The Harley Quinn show, though. The Harley Quinn show was fun. I loved that. Good sense of humor to it. Sure Joker has a crush on Batman. I 100% think that that's the case. That's not even an 80% sure. I'm pretty sure 100% sure. Because, yeah. Yikers. My man, is a little desperate. I loved the anime. Oh, you mean the Suicide Squad one? Or are you meaning the cartoon series that was done? Because the cartoon series is fucking awesome. I love that. But yeah, no, the Harley Quinn show is great. I enjoyed that a lot. I think I only watched the first 2 seasons of it though. Never got to watch further. I just looked over and Juniper started streaming 2 minutes ago and has a level 3 hype train already, for God's sakes. The Suicide Squad one? Yeah, Suicide Squad one, I watched like 2 episodes of. It looks cool. Like, it looks really cool. I do want to go further with it, but it's just the timings when it was coming out. I never got any further along with it. Yeah, I nothing else other than to say that I enjoyed what I watched of it. And I don't know why so many people were like super anti enjoying it. Because like that was one of the things I saw is a lot of people didn't enjoy it. For some reasons I think were a little petty. It was also cool seeing Maury be able to sing the song for it. I hope more stuff like that happens. It's a cool opportunity. Obviously, as long as the talents are cool with that. Let's see. Haven't watched Creature Commando, but that looked good as well. Fair. Lord of the Rings also has released an anime. Don't know if it's released yet. Oh yeah, I heard about that one. I mean, there's also the extra series that I still need to watch, where it's like kind of an origin story. I keep getting recommended Go Getters song all the time. Still love it. Go Getters. What was Go Getters one? I feel like I remember watching that. Let's see. What was an anime movie was good? Suicide Squad was mid as fuck in my opinion. Fair enough. Suicide Squad ending one. Oh, that one. Yeah. Yeah, no, that one was great. I really liked the song. But then again, like I enjoy Maury's music. I think she's very talented artist. I also really like this completely unrelated individual that is called Demon Dice. I love her music. She's really awesome. She deserves a lot of credit. I think she's a really phenomenal person and singer. Imagine if you did a react stream where you react to VTuber cringy moments. I mean, we've done some of that, but like, I'll be honest, as I said earlier, I don't actually watch that much anime, like VTuber stuff at the moment. To my own detriment. I've been just not watching enough stuff in general. I think the only thing I've really watched is Doctor Who recently. And like I mentioned earlier, is fucking I've just started Matt Smith's series. Yeah, I do like to follow people in that genre. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's funny because like, I stand by. I knew of Demon Dice beforehand, right? Partly because of Sydney, I think, because I think she turned up in a stream or two, a thing of hers. But hey, she did D&D or the anime. Yeah, I fucking loved that. That had me in stitches. That was a great time. I hope that they get an opportunity to do stuff like that again. Because I think that was actually a really fun thing for the Trash Taste Boys to do. And I think it's like really grabs into the community that like kind of isn't overdone. We're confused with Mori. Yeah, it happens, right? It's like when they're in the same field, so sometimes you kind of like mistake the artist for another one. I am the Doctor, basically run. I'm not gonna lie, that scene hit hard. That scene hit so hard because of like some of the stuff later down the line where he gets so much more angry and he still says the same thing. And it just means that like him saying it when he's a bit more childish in a sense, or innocent feeling is kind of fascinating. Need to go sleep, have university classes in 7 hours. Fair enough, catch you later, kid. My mom confuses me by calling out 5 other names before mine sometimes. Good lord. That is a yikes. That's unfortunate, yeah. It's worse because like when you get that sort of like called out, come here thing, it's like you're gonna be in trouble if you don't turn up. But like, how are you supposed to know? Because it's not your name. I will most likely be here until the end because I have to drive my dad around at 4 in the morning. Yikes. Gonna go study for uni. Thank you for the break and have a nice dream. To you as well, Matthew. And enjoy studying, I say with memories of really definitely not enjoying study. I do kind of miss uni, I'll be honest. There is a part of me that misses the charm of just constantly studying. But like, good god, I'm kind of thankful I'm not doing that shit anymore. It's fun until it's not. It's the terribly weird way of saying it. Almost done with the fog there. Gotta say, it's pretty decent when you read it after a long break from SL. I mean, Ragnarok seems interesting, but it just, yeah. Yeah. The problem with solo leveling is that it's solo leveling, and it's always going to be solo leveling, and I mean that in the most loving way I can. I don't hate solo leveling, I just am tired of it at this point. Doing my big binge read to catch up to date fully on it was just so painful by the end. Because it's just the same shit after a while, and it becomes kind of just meh. The anime? I mean, I read the webtoon originally. Can't really speak outside of season 1 for the anime. That needs a bit more work. Okay, what are we missing now? Tails? I just wish that side characters got more time to shine. I mean, like, the biggest problem with solo leveling side characters is that they get introduced as fast as they get, like, discarded. I was kind of excited to see the side characters in One Punch, but they stopped showing new people. I'm sad. And yeah, like, solo leveling introduces so many side characters that just don't matter. And the problem is, by adding so many side characters and so many side stories, you eventually dilute the pool. And now I just don't give a shit about any of them. Because, like, the ones that I cared about are just so fucking buried under, like, layers of you're not gonna see them ever again, that it just becomes not worth caring about them. And yeah, like, I feel like I can't enjoy a lot of those sorts of shows now, when they're just like, they bait you into caring about a lot of things and then just never give you any payoff. I don't think I've got any better answer than just saying it that way. To be fair, I haven't watched anime in fucking yonks. I think I'm probably gonna finish some of my they did it better in Overlord. I hate that that's probably true. And I mean this with the most love, like, again, most care I can. I enjoyed Overlord early on, but then, like, what it did, so many other series did, but significantly better. Who remembers Demon Lord's daughter from Hell, who was managing the Hell Tower for him? Seems only me. I remember that. Holy shit, yeah. Because that was when he climbed it with the key and he basically just left her in charge after killing everything. Right? She's part of the main cast in that? Okay. I mean, that's kind of cool, but, like, it doesn't, again, this is the thing. Ragnarok should not be picking up for the mistakes of the main series, nor does it justify the mistakes of the original series. right? And I don't think that's what was being said here. Again, we're very much, I think, acknowledging the fact that, like, these were the mistakes they made. They've learned from them. That's happening. But, like, my god, could they have learned from it and done a different series instead of just fucking continuing on? Like, jeez. Let a story die, please. Just, if a story's gone for long enough, just let it die. Why? Why does it have to just keep going and going and going and going and going? Not every story needs to just forever go on, and Korea doesn't know how to finish its fucking stories. And when they do, it's one of two things. It's either one of the most disappointing fucking endings in the planet, or it's insanely good. And I love it. Like fucking, the Demon Queen one. I can't remember what the name of that one was. It's like I fell in love with the Demon Queen. Oh, I can't remember. That's what it's called. It's basically a lesbian ship. Like, Yuri series where, like, it's an adventurer that fell in love with the Demon Queen and, like, fights hard to get in her favor, and it's just gorgeous and I love it. Which story? Any story. Just Korean, like, stories in general. They have a hard time finishing them. But yeah. It's... like, again, that is a story that I think nailed exactly what needed to be done, is that it introduced side characters, and all of them, while they didn't get their own main storylines, they all mattered. And you all learnt about them. And you learnt to care about them around there. It didn't add just a new character so it could show something off for one chapter and fucked off. You saw Rooftop Swordmaster? Not off the top of my head. But it's just, yeah. So if you ever want to know how much I can complain about that stuff, I can complain a lot. I know what my taste is in stories. I accept that I'm probably not the target audience for some of these things. I accept that very heavily, but also, yeah, there's some issues that I feel like it didn't need to be done. Power Fantasy, the series. Oh god, okay. That's disconcerting. So, I need to do the tails now. Which layer had the tail references there? I need to do this again. Yeah. Right, there you go. It's set up so many plot threads and minor characters and proceeded to ignore them. But just in the series. It's supposed to be the start of like an continued series of stories, but author just shut it down. It had potential to be good in the beginning. Nice setup, interesting power, potential for MC development, but they just decided to stop developing MC personality. Led to his bloodthirsty revenge, obsessed maniac. Yeah, I think the problem with a lot of the like stuff like that is that there was probably like kickback, and the author just didn't like the kickback and kind of gave up. And I kind of get that. It's difficult because realistically, you do a story like that, you are asking for either the wrong kind of people to read it, or potentially just really bad attitudes to kind of talk on it. And that's, yeah, it's difficult because like that's the same with a lot of these sort of revenge. I don't like the term, but revenge porn is basically what those are a lot of the time, right? I think we can all acknowledge them. Like, I stand by, I enjoy me my, and I'm gonna probably get yelled at for this, but like, I enjoy me my, sillier series that are like, a little fucked. I'm trying to think of the best example off the top of my head. We've talked about one or two of them before. Went through the comments, readers were writing about wanting a female minor villain to be. Oh, okay. Yeah. That's probably what stopped it. Is there anything I'm missing? I think we're basically done. It's like 19 and acted like a scared child praying to live in the face of evil and Superman. Oh god, yeah. Yeah, like, Redo of a Healer. Redo of a Healer is the one I'm thinking of. Redo of a Healer is one that I enjoy purely because of how trashy it is. And I do feel extremely uncomfortable in a lot of moments in it. And the anime didn't really do it any better. But like there were some key moments in it that were really just enjoyable. But it's because now we're starting to get to a point where like it's concerning how much revenge porn storylines are coming out. Because some of them are just getting more and more diluted to just being more of that revenge porn and less about a story. Because I'm not one to say that like these actions, so Redo of a Healer, its thing about it is the world itself is designed to justify how fucked up the main character is. It is horrendously messed up, but at least within the context of everything that was given to us, everyone is disturbed in that universe. It makes sense. It doesn't justify the actions in any way, it just makes sense. And that made it okay to me. But the problem is there's so many stories where it's just person kind of got messed up, and then as you go through, they just try and make everything seem worse to make it give context. Yeah, like it's Read Over Here framed it from the beginning with the context. It did a good job introducing us to the fact that everyone's really fucking messed up, and our MC was never truly innocent. And the fact that they kind of got corroded by the people around them to being as disturbed as they are. But yeah, some of these stories are just like, oh, you got kind of betrayed, you were put in a bit of a harsh situation, and now you want to slaughter everyone and you're just cold. One story I think did it even better was Afurita. I never watched the anime of that because I just tried to watch the first episode and knew I was not going to enjoy it because they didn't do the key scenes that I thought were important. But the point of that one was it was someone pushed to the bridge of the edge of sanity, pushed beyond it, and then went animalistic. And that's what I loved. I will never dispute the fact that the one panel from that series that will always stick with me is when he shoots the bear. The big behemoth creature from the beginning, when he's still in the cave. Because his face turns from human to demon in that moment. He turns into the beast that was hunting. So it's now swapped places, but the thing is, he has more growth potential. So he grows up scarier and scarier, so he just becomes a monster. And that's cool, that's interesting, because that's a psychological experiment. Not, oh no, I got pushed off, I don't know, kicked out of the heroes party and they kind of treated me a little bit like garbage, so now I'm going to burn the world down. It's like, I'm sorry, what? Rexon looks like they want to change him, but don't know how to, about going about it back to, yeah. That would be frustrating. To see, because like if they have the windows there, that's the problem, because it means that they're guiding the character the right way, they just don't know how to do the payoff, or they're not willing to do the payoff yet, and then that means that those windows need to either be, because like, I've actually talked about this before, I actually like when you give a character a window to like be better, and then something happens and they're like, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna double, triple, quadruple down on my fucked upness. And that's okay. It's cool to see that sometimes. Because, I'm trying to think of a good example of it. I know there was a series that did that, where, like, it was a bunch of characters that, like, there was a character that was really, really missed out. Messed up, sorry. And they decided to just, like, retire. And I'm trying to think. I mean, fuck, John Wick. John Wick's a great example of what we're talking about. Is that it's someone that was out. It was out of the fucked upness, the darkness and all that. They had an out. And something went wrong, and then immediately from that point onwards, it's just like, oh, fuck. This is bad. We love windows in the street, goddammit. It's a cool manga about a guy getting kicked from a hero's party, but the premise is he just travels between worlds, helping heroes, trying to get kicked out to move on. Yeah, I've seen stuff like that. Like, one of my favorite sort of archetypes I've seen in the, like, last year, it popped up quite a bit, was like, they got kicked out of the hero party, and they're like, cool, I'm gonna move on. And then the hero party wants them back, and it's like, no, you're growing in your own direction. And then you find out that, like, the true hero was the main character, which I don't kind of like that aspect of it. But it's just like, yeah, like, there was the Demon Army one that I remember from last year, where it's like he got kicked out of the Demon Army and he just goes and retires, and then, like, the army starts falling apart. There was the hero one where he got kicked out of the hero's party and he just has, like, ultimate skill buffs and shit like that and utility. So he's actually like insanely OP. He can never be the hero himself. He's always like the supplement. Sometimes I like feel good series like K&L Guy. Like there's so many different things, and it's like another thing we kind of want to acknowledge here while we're talking about all of this. It's perfectly fine if you don't like some of the stuff we're talking about, or if you really like something else. Everyone's got their own personal opinions, right? We're not gonna dismiss that or dissuade from that. And the point is, like, what we're talking about is kind of some simpler, like, larger reaching things. Like, I could talk about how one of my favorite story archetypes is not shared by a lot of people, but it's the foster parent stories. Somali and the forest spirit. If it was for my daughter, I'd defeat the demon lord. Those stories are some of my favorites. That archetype particularly. And then villainess. I absolutely love villainess. Does everyone need to enjoy those stories to, like, be right, in my opinion? Fuck no. I definitely say they're great series, but, like, if you don't enjoy that sort of storyline, you're not going to enjoy it, right? Yeah, no, Somali and the Forest Spirit was fucking amazing, especially knowing it was Jotaro's VA for the spirit, which made me, the golem, that made me fucking chuckle. But I love those storylines so much. I cannot stress enough, and that's why I actually get really upset when those stories happen and then there's like a romantic subplot that gets like expanded upon. Like, I'm okay with a romance thing going on sometimes with those because it makes it sense because it's like this fostering scenario. There's a weirdness with the relationship, but if it comes out and it's like, no, the father, daughter, or whatever, the parent, child's or foster child relationship gets improved upon and becomes stronger from it, I like that. But when it's like, no, maybe we'll go more romantic with this, I'm like, I'm uncomfortable. Get me out. It's lovely to read and full of panels I just want to frame on my wall. Yep. No, it's fucking amazing. And I will openly say that I'm at the age where those shows make me cry. Especially based on some of the stuff in my life and how I have actually... I'm at a stage in my life where I do want to settle down and just relax with that stuff. I mean, I've talked about this before, but pretty much every one of my people around me that I know most of the people have got kids, and it really does a lot of disenfranchising with me. So yeah, I watch those and I get fucking depressed and cry a bit, but I love them nonetheless. Okay. What do we think? Do we think there needs to be any other things changed with this? I think I've pretty much hit all the key stuff on this. I guess it's the belts there that I haven't done. I need to improve upon that hand, the holding hands. K&L Adventurer is lovely because it's just some dude who lost his wife and doesn't want to be a main person. Just a cool dude. Yeah, and I love that. I love the idea of that sort of stuff. Okay, let's work on this hand then. How do I set up the second duplicate view? That's not what I do. Yeah. The bling on the blue diamond? What do you mean? You know, you're talking about the coloring there. Doesn't look blingy enough. Yeah, it's fair, actually. I'll give you that. I could probably do... this. That'd probably make it look a bit better. Read a cool but short one where the MC gets isekai to a bunch of worlds and gets powers from each one before the story starts, and every power follows the laws of its universe of origin. Ooh! That's a curious one. Yeah. What I found super, let's see. Where am I at with these? So in one world, demons are affected by silver, and another only by holy. So when he turns demon, they throw holy on him, and he's unaffected because his powers are weak to silver instead. Ah! That is interesting, yeah. It's what I found to be super interesting about Shield Hero. Your hero system is defined by your perception, but then it copped out and gave him everyone's versions because he's the main dude. It's like, man, you missed out on... I'll be honest, Shield Hero's mistake was going further than like what was kind of the core content of Season 1. Season 2's fucked up. It was actually honestly a perfectly good, simple one-off story, and anyone that's actually watched further in it or read further into it, the moment they go into the alternate reality, which is kind of where I started dropping off, is just garbage in my eyes. Like, that was such a flop of a series by that point. Like, I could enjoy it, but like, once it started getting to some of the stuff and there's just, oh, we reset, with this, with that, and so it's just not fun anymore. It just feels like we're resetting the story for the sake of resetting the story, and not because, like, it's got a meaningful reason for our characters to reset. Like, again, ironically enough, I call Shield Hero, in at least its initial stages, another foster parent story, and that's what I fucking loved about it. Is like, I actually wished they committed more to that aspect of it. Like, it did not need the multi-world stuff. I do not think Shield Hero benefited from multi-world. In fact, I think it was only detrimented by the multi-world concept. Which is just, yeah, it's a difficult one, because, like, I will also say, how would you know that before you tried it? Because there wasn't really any great examples of exactly what they were trying to do. So I kind of get the failure there, because, like, makes sense. I completely forgot about the alternate universe storyline. That's how much I disliked it. It got erased from my brain. Yep. No, I agree with you right there, Devils. Like, they had set up such an interesting backstory to the first world. The fact that they introduced a second world just deteriorated that. Right? Like, I think we can kind of all somewhat agree on that point. I mean, I stand by one of my favorite series of all time is, I can't remember the proper name for it. If anyone knows, go ahead. It's The Lazy General. It's the one where, like, the guy is genuinely one of the smartest tacticians there is, and he's forced into military service by, like, a fairly high-up person. And then eventually, like, the princess, I think, gets hold of him and goes, okay, you know what? I want you to basically do so well with our country that we lose a war in the best, perfect way possible. And I fucking love that storyline, and I still kind of am sad that it finished where it finished, and we didn't get to see a bit more of a completed ending to it. But fuck me, it was good. That's great, because it expanded on the world in a meaningful way. It gave us a very OP character, but in a way that meant it felt interesting. And there was so much beauty to that stuff, in my eyes. Like, again, it's the mistake a lot of manga and webtoons make is not knowing when to end and when to, like, commit to the thing and when to stop committing to it. I think it's the difference that I have is I grew up with, like, a lot of the irony of this, like, I grew up with the main series I watched were either Monster of the Week or Russian. And what I mean by that is Babylon 5. Babylon 5 is one of the most structured TV shows of all time. Right? And if you think I'm kidding with that, no, it's not. There are moments that are shown to you in season 1 that are the end of the series, and they are fully relevant all the way through. And that's the point. And those are the two shows that I grew up with. So again, like two types of shows I grew up with. Like Stargate and all that sort of stuff, right? Buffy the Vampire Slayer, yada yada yada. So I'm not going to deny that has probably molded the perception I have, where I struggle when you've got a show that doesn't have clear goals, isn't doing a Monster of the Week thing, which I am kind of bored of anyway, and then has just got, like, overarching large-scale stories that they never finish paying off properly. Those shows didn't cross the Atlantic. Oh, they crossed all the way to here, via the internet at the time, mind you. But no, Babylon 5, so Babylon 5 is an American production written by a Russian And like it shows, because the way Russians write stories is very specific, and it's gorgeous. If you've ever looked into more of the Russian stories and stuff like that, it's always great. Buffy was in Poland when I was little, so I saw some of it. Buffy the Vampire Slayer was fun. I wouldn't say it's a good series, nor is it really great going back there. You guys had internet, that's the difference. We barely had internet. Okay, it's correct, we had dial-up at the best. We're talking 90s, by the way. Buffy is fun trash. Buffy is a series that is interesting because it is a really well-written satire. And if you acknowledge it as that, you'll get through the series. If you're going in with higher expectations or anything, you're gonna be disappointed. Right? But Buffy the Vampire Slayer is great for that. I do think some of the later seasons deal with a lot more heavier of issues, and that's kind of cool. But I do think there's just overall, I know I struggle watching every time I've tried to rewatch it. The first like 2 seasons are a hell of a fucking, like, you have to bite your lip through them because it's just like, God, these are bad. There's some good moments, there's some really good moments, but fuck me, are like the editing, the camera quality, everything like that is so fucking bad. I mean, it's worse when you also look at the original movie and how crap that was as well. But like, yeah, by the time you get to like season fucking 5 and all that, it's got good and bad bits, but the good bits are starting to outweigh the bad bits. And then like season 6 and season 7, it's just something completely different. And it's cool for that. But also at the same time, like, there's a lot of problems I had with how those series went. Like, it's how that goes. But Babylon 5 will always be my favorite series of all time. I can almost always watch Babylon 5 and not be disappointed. It's such a fun series. Because, like, there's just... The beauty of Babylon 5 is every moment matters, even if it's not important to the grand scheme of things. Like, every filler episode is a filler episode that's designed to actually fill you in, but not progress the story. And that's something that a lot of people have, I feel like a lot of storytelling has failed to do with the concept of filler. Filler is often done to just actually fill out time, not fill out your understanding of a character without furthering the main plot. I grew up on localized anime with deleted scenes. Oh yeah, no, that was way later for me. I mean, I grew up with like some of the fucking translated stuff that came through, like the localized stuff. But not much. I mean, Pokemon, right, and all that stuff, but yeah. Yeah, like, when they did the, like, localization has become a bit of a dead art now, with a lot of those. For better or worse, I'm not gonna say... I stand by, I think localization has a place, but I do think that, like, the mistake of localization, that we saw with a lot of series is the fact that, like, they spent too much time doctoring it, and not finding ways to make it transitive in concept. I mean, fuck it, Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! With the guns thing, right, is like one of the major things. I don't think those should have been removed, but I think there should have been an effort made to maybe make them look visually different. So they're maybe a little less scary. I mean, I've talked about how, like, one of the first anime I actually watched, trying to watch anime, was Mew Mew powers and finding out that it's a shit, like, it was the localized version of Tokyo Mew Mew, and then I watched Tokyo Mew Mew and I enjoyed the shit out of that. Thing again, Kaiba's. Yeah, exactly. No, a whole character was simply taken off screen for us. Oh yeah, no. Yeah, like, a lot of that stuff was changed. I mean, fuck it, we've talked about this recently as well. Like, Yu-Gi-Oh! Had a full-on, like, almost perverted rape scene. And that was cut from the localized version. That was, like, fucking episode 2 or 3. Like, there's a lot. One Piece guns, yeah. Like, I feel like there's almost always a better answer to how they approached it, right? But is what it is. And we kind of have to acknowledge it at the end of the day. It's like, that's what got us where we are, at least. But I would wish dubbing and localizing became a little bit more synonymous and improved. But I do not like the localization stuff that we see where people are like trying to rewrite everything to push an agenda. Heard of Galaxy Wearing State Chronicle Right? No. Those words and that combination are not familiar to me. Sengoku in space, man, I love it. Oh, okay, that does sound kind of cool though. Okay, file, export. Okay. Then what is a icon size? This is like the first icon I could find. What is your size? You're 64 by 64. Let's see. Thought the ending was Doctor, but 20 years later I find out the original also had a cliffhanger of an ending. Basically ended a cinematic clash of who actually won. Nobody knows, but people figure it out eventually and live in peace. Like, huh? That's... okay. I have mixed feelings about those sorts of endings. I really do. Actually, I'm gonna close that entirely because that's slightly lagging my PC. Which I didn't hate because it did something rare back then, having two hero opposing factions, which is classic Sengoku. Goki, yeah. I mean, I stand by my statement of I actually am one of the people that liked Akamega Kill. I know that like that gets me a lot of flack. I enjoyed it because I enjoyed watching basically Game of Thrones but anime, where like everyone had negative plot armor and it just was fascinating. because it really didn't exist at the time. I will not deny that it's like very teenage edginess, and if you're not in for that sort of stuff, that series falls a lot flatter. And it's definitely a series that like you grow out of, right? But I feel like I get a little annoyed with people saying like, oh, well, it was this back then, it's not that now. It's like, well, kind of still is. It's just you've moved on, and that's fine. But like, don't try and make it like you're so much better than others that do enjoy it, because again, it's fine. You had to be there and experience it in a very specific headspace. Yeah, I'm not gonna disagree with that, actually. I think that's a very good sentiment towards the matter, right? Is like, there are certain things that you can never experience the same way as when it came out. Like, no one nowadays will get the same effect of Eva. Yeah, like, I've watched the main Eva series now. And like, the problem is, simply put, because I'm in the anime community, and I've lived in the anime community for so many years, I knew so much was coming, when it came to Eva. Like, the vast majority of it. But it's still good. I still like a lot of aspects about it. I just, yeah, do sit there in the side of like, I mean, there's more series out that's come out that I think is good. I mean, it's the same problem with Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood. People have such an issue when looking about that series, because we're at the stage where, like, I don't think that series will legitimately ever actually get a proper rating that's according to what it should be. Because, like, that series, when it came out, was phenomenal, but even still, it's a good series. But also, I do not think it's the best anime of all time. And I think it's a mistake to keep hailing it as such. Right? Because I feel like it's almost detrimental to other anime, because everyone's going to get the expectation. Like, Frieren, I would argue, is a more impactful timepiece than Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood. I think the mistake that Frieren has, though, is that it has too much discrepancy with what's going on, and not enough done yet to make it, like, the best anime of all time. Now it's good for knowing history and it's enjoyable, but not as earth-shattering as it would have been 30 years ago. Well, it's because the thing is, Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood, I still think I could set up someone that's early on in watching anime, and they'll be impressed with it and enjoy it. And I think that's the mistake that's possibly being made, is that it's a great gateway anime and almost everyone's watched it. Anyone that hasn't watched it, you're not... Like, I would say you're missing out a little bit, but also don't be thinking that you're worse for it. Thinking about with Eva. Oh, yeah, no, I think I 100% agree with that sentiment in that case then. Yeah. If we're talking specifically Eva, that's a great sentiment to put towards it. It's... The importance it had for anime is something that can't be pushed to the side. Fullmetal was always enjoyable. Yeah, Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood specifically is just... It's one that I don't think any of us will truly ever not be able to recommend to an anime fan that hasn't watched it. And that's kind of the big thing with it. I mean, I could recommend, like, Toradora, fucking... Like, Toradora is, like, one of the first anime I watched as well, once I started getting into the binge of watching anime, and I will stand by, like, it was I still think it's one of the better romance series ever done. Golden Time's fucking amazing. And I still think it's held up pretty well. But like now Friren's definitely on the list of, if I was to recommend a series for people to get into, that would be a solid one. And the best part of it, in a sense, because it has got such a dichotomy with some of its content, is that people will learn, do you like slower, more intricately laid out story points, or do you like tournament arc? Which, no offense, there's a reason why I still think that series is a bit jarring because of that. Here you go, Fuwamoko, like that. Angel Densetsu. I feel like I do, but I don't remember it. Okay, that looks really cool. Look, I never recommended VN, because I don't like recommending that genre of, content. But on the other hand, Clannad, never watched the anime. Clannad anime is a timeless masterpiece in my eyes, specifically after story. And I will always cry, and will be depressed just thinking about one of the scenes in it. In particular, there's a lot of scenes in it, but there's that. I mean, by that same argument, I could point out Anohana, right? But like, I definitely think Clannad's anime is more digestible to the average person, so I definitely can recommend it from that. But I don't think I'd recommend Clannad unless someone's willing to deal with something a bit more heavy. Basically about a sweet guy with the face of a mass murderer. He tries to help and spread joy, but people think he's evil. He has trouble reading the room and understanding people, so it's really funny. Oh, no, I do think I've read it then. Or watched it, sorry. I do think I've watched that. But yeah, like, Clannad, yeah. I will never forget the, there is only two places I can cry. Because that just fucked me up, and it still fucks me up to this day. Yeah. God, yeah. I don't know if I want to go down there today. I cried like a little bitch the whole VN. Yeah. No, I can see that. I mean, I've played and watched Fruit of Grisaia. Right? And like, I still think the anime is pretty solid, but like, if you want to expand on the story, yeah, the fucking visual novel's way better. But like, good lord, are you willing to spend like 80 to 100 hours on something like that? Like, do I think, is it Michiru or Machiru's storyline is so much more fucking harsh and painful in the original? Yeah, no, the visual novel fucked me up something fierce. But so did the anime. And the anime still gets the main points across. The difference is that in the series, they basically show a light version of all the routes and don't show the completed version of the good route. Because the completed version leads with you being with them, right? But yeah, no, fucking God, the cat sequence. Oh, I don't want to think about that right now. It's because I'm still not mentally fucking in a good condition to think about that shit. Yeah. I'm not that much into VNs, but I can admit that there are some hard-hitting stories out there. Oh, look. This is the thing I'll say. If there is an anime that's based off of VN, normally the VN is better. In like in a fairly objective sense, but that's also taking into consideration like what I just said. A full series is like what? If we're talking 12 episode season, yeah, obligatory Fate reference, yep. But like if we're talking 12 episodes, 24 like things, 24 hours, that's like a 10-hour portion of time. The visual novels we're talking about are sitting at like 80 to 90 to 100 hours. So they're like basically a full 10 times what the anime is in length. So yeah, of course they're probably going to be a little bit better at story and getting you more in wrapped in and all that. But also, you have to sit there for 100 hours reading words and clicking a button like maybe once or twice. One of those I can do twice in a day. One of those is like something that I can barely get done in a month with my free time. Not all VNs get ufotable adapting them, true. Fate, I think Fate's anime series are probably the correct way to watch, correct way to go about enjoying Fate at this point. And that's just pure and simply because, again, visual novels take forever, and the Fate series is just really visually nice. And, I mean, we all have the joke about unlimited budget works, right? Like, fun fact, and this pissed off a lot of people I knew, the first Fate that I watched was Fate Zero. And then I watched, then I can't remember if I watched Fate Unlimited Blade Works or Planet Prisma Elia. Don't ask. I think it was Prisma Elia next. And then, like, that was when the second season come out, I think. Because I remember watching the movie, like, years later. Don't have enough to overdose on it yet? Fair enough. I mean, I probably should make, like, something to snack on. I also have not had anything to drink this entire time. I had, like, a glass of water before we started and haven't had anything else. Who cares? Zero did a good job setting up the context. Oh, 100%. Like, if I was to recommend the series to people, it's like, do you want to watch it in the order it came out? Or do you want to watch it in, like, whatever order you choose? Because, like, anything past that, it's fine. Like, Zero does a great job of setting you into the series. And getting you to understand the rules. Like, you could watch Unlimited Blade Works first for all I fucking care. It's just gonna suck, because it means you're gonna maybe not enjoy it as much, because Zero definitely does a lot of the heavy lifting for Unlimited Blade Works. But otherwise, it's fine. Because, like, all of the main storylines are based off the main 3 routes, right? Like, one of them's Saber, one of them's Rin, and then one of them, and the newest one's the other girl, the pink-haired girl. Right? Like, I think, what was the first one? The first one was the Saber route, I believe. Unlimited Blade Works was the Rin Tosaka route. And, yeah, the new one's the other one. Which I think that was done in 3 movies, right? Like, Medusa's, thing. Figure I love. Not letting that pass uncommented, fair enough. But yeah, it's... I mean, fuck, you wanna know the series I enjoy? Probably, I don't know, Blaine Works. Heaven's Feel, that's the name of it, yeah. But, like, you wanna know the storyline I enjoy the most with Fate? Was that one fucking series they did where it was just, a cooking show. Like, a comfy cooking show that they came, over to, like, Emiya's place and they thinged. I haven't watched Heaven's Feel at this point. I'll openly say that. And it was just because, like, it was partway done when it was coming through, and I'm like, eh. I'll watch it when it's done. And I think it's done now, so I need to watch that. Yes. Yeah! Dude, fucking the cooking show, man. It was just, like, the best version of Fate. Just straight up. Fight me on this. I love that shit, man. It was good. So stupid to explain it like that, though. No, I can appreciate that. I mean, you can still enjoy the series, but yeah, it's definitely that series is added to when you know how horrific some of their characters have had it, right? I definitely think that does add to it. Alright, so outside of this part not fully working, the Berserker chocolate, okay, that was pretty good. This needs to still be done. Item is done. Weapon needs to be started on. And then obviously assist needs to be worked on. I'm really happy with the progress we've made with Fuamoko today, though. I'm super happy with the splash art. I'm really happy with that splash art, though. I don't think there's anything major I would want to do to it at this point. My heart recharged, thanks by the way. I'm off to sleep. It's school night. Fair enough. I'm glad. Have good dreams about the Berserker chocolate. Just the nice dumplings. Oh god. Would wake up happy if I did. That's... yeah, that's fair. I feel like we're gonna have to do some stuff with the AI though for the individual. Right? For the summon, because the AI is definitely stupid at this point and just keeps running into the enemy in a way that means you're gonna transport to them and take damage. To be fair, we did talk about how it's going to have the EX thing cast afterwards, so it's gonna knock things back. So it should be fine. Okay, can I just say, and this is one of those things that's like a little weird to ever explain, but like, can I just say one of the fucking nicest feelings this you have sometimes of working on a project like this is just seeing how this EX pops out and just being like, damn, that looks like it was done by someone significantly more competent than me. And I love that. I love it so much, because it doesn't look like it's my work, it looks like it's just someone that knows what they're doing. And I would argue I am far from that. Damn, honestly, that splash art's just so nice and charming. And it fit into the icon just perfectly for me as well. I'm very happy with that. Now the question is there anything else we work on today, or just talk about for today, before I go make some food and get on with some other things I want to get done by the end of the day? Because I don't know if I want to work more on the state-based AI stuff, because it's going to be super fucking technical. And I need to go look up some details, and I kind of want to, again, this is the problem. I want to work on Boyd's. Yeah, I want to work on the Boyd system and get that fully functioning before I think I really work hard on the AI pathing for the player, like for the summons, because I kind of want to tap into that for its data architecture. Because if I can do that, it'd be awesome. It would mean that, like, especially with some of the later ones where they swarm together, they'll, like, work with each other, right? And it also means that, like, I can toggle certain aspects on and off really easily, which would actually make doing Neurosummer way, way easier. And it means that she can be a bit more of a flagship for the next one, next update, where I probably start working on her prior to it. To be fair, I'm gonna actually kind of ask this question openly to anyone that wants to answer this. Go right ahead. I'm thinking I'm gonna start working on some little bits and pieces here and there. Would it be okay if I started, in people's opinions, if I started working on some things off camera that are super far in the future things, and we'll show them when it becomes relevant? Because there's just like a couple of things that I would like to potentially knock out and get done. And I don't think it's gonna be like worthwhile showcasing it on stream, because there'll be ones that I want to keep working on and not getting disrupted on. And characters are an example of that. It's like there's a couple of characters that I'd like to start working on once I've gotten the next two done for like that next update, that I would just like be able to work on in my free time, mean that they're ready so we can kind of accelerate. Because I feel like we're going to be doing that a lot in the future anyway, where especially once this game hits Steam, like we're probably not going to be doing weekly streams on it, or we'll be doing a weekly stream on this game where I work on it and do some further development, but not as much content around it. To be fair, the Steam release being like even this year at this rate, still a fucking hell of a ambitious idea. Because I feel like the bosses update alone is going to take out like a month or two if I don't pull my shit together. And then like the next update is going to be a nightmare, because it's going to be all of the prep work for that final update to get it to Steam. And the lobby, which is kind of part of the stuff that I want to work on. I don't know. I think I'll probably do some of it off camera, but not anything too insane. Same with the Boyds, right? It's like once I get the Boyds working cleanly, we'll show all of that on camera and go through that and utilize it correctly. But yeah, I think I'm going to call it here. We've had our solid 5 and a bit hours stream. I'm just feeling a little peckish and a little tired still. And I've got a couple of things that I want to sort out and make sure that they're done by the end of the day. So, with that being the case, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome, stay awesome, and I hope to see you again next time. Until then, bye-bye.